We have 2 minutes. One minute. I see 9:30.
Thank you. It now being 9:30, we will call to order the regular board meeting of the Western Municipal Water District. Tammy, would you please do a roll call?
Thank you. Good morning. Director Torres,
Here.
Director Dinstedt, Director Roten,
Here.
Director Risby.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning. President Gardner.
I am present.
Thank you. President Gardner, you do have a quorum today.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's then do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we will be led this morning by Sayer Pinto. Sayer, thank you.
One more. You guys know who I am. I'm Sayer Pinto. I'm the Water Resources Analyst. I've been here almost 9 years. And ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good to have you. Go do work now, thank you.
Okay, now is the time for any public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. Tammy, did we receive any written comments by the deadline yesterday, or do we have any people who wish to speak this morning?
President Gardner, we received no requests to speak today in the audience, and I received no written requests.
Okay, and there's nobody online with their hand up.
There are no hands up online.
Okay, we will close public comment then and move to presentations. This is going to be a fun one. It was a good event, and Greg?
Yeah, we're going to have a summary and presentation of our Waterworks Wonders event, known prior to this year as our open house. It was a really fun event, and thank you to all the board members for coming out. And we wanted to assemble the crew that was responsible for making it happen. So Grace is going to do an overview for us, but I just want to make sure to give kudos to Grace and the team, and I know Sylvia can't be here this morning. She's a little under the weather, but she was the lead on this event. But getting 1,000 members of the public to come to a parking lot on a Saturday afternoon to hear about water was really rewarding to see. So Grace and the team did a fabulous job making that happen. So Grace, it's all yours. Show us the great pictures and tell us
All right.
about the event.
Thank you, everyone. As Craig said, I'm playing second string today to Sylvia, who's out ill, but I do want to give her all the kudos and credit for project managing the Waterworks Wonders event. Next slide. So we started planning with some strategic priorities in mind. First, elite workforce and superior service, cultivating future water professionals and fostering an inclusive, diverse culture. And then, of course, highlighting our superior service in an attempt to humanize Western water, strengthen those customer relationships, and enhance awareness for the value of water, wastewater, and recycled water services. Next slide. So a little bit by the numbers, this took 6 months of planning, and for some folks on my team, intense planning for 6 months. We had 20 committee members involved in this, 83 Western Water employees working that day, and over 1,000 attendees. And getting 1,000 people there was definitely no accident. We had a rock-solid promotional plan. Next slide. And so some of that included engaging on social media, radio ads, yard signs. You see some folks from our water quality team putting up signs for us around the community, email campaigns, as well as promotion at the air show. We printed out postcards and we made sure to hand those out to everyone we saw at the air show. So a lot went into this. We had over 1,500 RSVPs. And as you can imagine, our goal was 500 people. And so when we saw that the RSVPs kept rolling in, we thought we have two choices, either stop promotion or we're just going to go all in and make it happen. And so we decided we were going to go all in and figure out a way to accommodate every single person that wanted to come. Next slide. So before I get into some of the activities, I do want to highlight that the day of, everybody really jumped in to support this event. It was really inspirational for me to see a lot of the folks you see here today helped with preparation, day of planning, and then also working at their respective booths as well. And I have a short story to share. At the welcome booth, some of the folks who worked there said, you know what, we're going to work this just like Disneyland. And so from the moment that people come, they're going to have a great experience. And so I really think that just highlights our employees and their willingness to take extreme ownership. And so some of the activities included customer service, did a ring toss. Next slide. The communications department did rock painting and the train ride. Next slide. We also did a water story tour, which turned from a tour into just kind of like people moseying around to learn about our water. Next slide. Metropolitan did their water story virtual reality goggles. Next slide. The Wyland Foundation was there to have people come in through their science lab on wheels, and it was a mobile learning experience. Next slide. Engineering did build a water distribution system and a selfie station. Next slide. We had face painters come, and distribution did construction cone ring toss, which I can tell you was not easy. It was very challenging. I don't think I got any. Next slide. And wastewater treatment had all of this on display, as well as I think they did like tossing poop emojis into the toilet. Next slide. And then we had equipment row where people can come out, visit the equipment, sit in there, and take some photos as well. And so all of these booths, there was more than just this, but all of these booths were planned by some of the committee members here today. They, again, took ownership of it, made it fun and entertaining and engaging for all of the public. Next slide. And I just want to share a quick video recap that Micah created for us. I think you just have to push play. And lastly, we heard a lot of positive feedback from the event. There's a screenshot here from social media that says, "Thank you so much. My children and me had so much fun and learned so much about water distribution. Thank you for hosting. I know it takes a lot of effort, but really hope you guys do it again next year." And we heard a lot of appreciation and thanks in person as well. I know some people even commented on how they should come work here because everyone was smiling and happy, and it seems like a great place to work. So we also have some things that we learned and ways that we can improve for the next time that are also very valuable. So I want to just say again, thank you to everyone here who helped us with all aspects of the open house, the Waterworks Wonders event. It was amazing, and we're hoping to do it again in 2025.
All right.
That's all.
Any directors have comments? I want to say a couple of things, but I'll turn to everybody else first.
It was wonderful. Thank you to all of you. I had a great time. I wasn't expecting what's gonna be like, just a plain boring or open house, but it wasn't, I'm like, usually when you go to water events, it's like, there was so much to do. I had so much fun, so we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
My husband and I really enjoyed it and loved seeing all the new little tchotchke giveaway things that we have now, because I'm always all about those, the souvenirs. Yeah, it was just a wonderful day. I'm realizing as I see the video that I missed the VR goggles somehow. So I'll have to look for that next time. But, each booth and the big smiling faces from all of you, it was like you were all Disneyland cast members. So thank you.
Yes. First of all, thank you. It was a wonderful event. I can say that, I brought my parents and my little one. They had a blast. My dad was like, I'm overwhelmed with how the demonstrations. He loved it, and of course the baby. That van or that science truck was probably the coolest thing I've ever. I was like, how do I rent this for a birthday party? That was amazing. But I do have to say, in the time that I was here, I would not have guessed that there was 1,000 people. The way that it was orchestrated and organized, and people were moving around. It never felt crowded except for the In-N-Out truck, obviously. But that's huge. Just in crowd control, that's a very difficult task to take on for people that are not actually Disneyland members. Disneyland hasn't figured it out. So very, very, very well executed. It was a sense of pride to see our community walking around and just really enjoying it. And the things that people were learning were amazing. I know Sarah, I know Craig have heard me talk about, we just need to get out in the public, and this was a huge demonstration of doing that. So thank you very much for putting it together in just such a constructive, effective manner. So it was wonderful.
Great. I want to thank and compliment everybody who's involved in putting this together. It really was excellent. I heard a bunch of favorable comments. I showed up without a hat, and the first thing that happened was somebody said, "You need a hat," and they went and got me a Western hat. And the equipment was interesting to see. I'm still disappointed that you didn't let me operate the one piece of equipment that I know how to run, the backhoe. And as Director Roten said, the new branded giveaways are really neat. Does anybody happen to have one of the fans in the room? Not in the room. Ah, darn. Yeah, they are the neatest little fans. And if you haven't seen it, the technology is, I haven't seen one like it anywhere. It's a little two-bladed, handheld, battery-operated fan, but it's got LEDs in one of the blades of the the fan, and it lights up and it says, "I love water," or "I heart water." Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, "I love water," and it rotates, and then it rotates the other direction, and then it goes away, and then it comes back. It is the coolest little thing. So congratulations on that, and I have a whole bunch of other water agencies who want to know where they get those. So again, thanks to everybody from Craig U down. It was a great event, and I think the public really did enjoy it, and people learned a lot. So, anybody who looked like they were from Western got asked questions. You know, what about this? What about that? Our water comes from where? So it was just outstanding. Well done, everybody.
It was a fun event, and so much of that stuff was generated by staff. And so that is, the commitment from the group in the room was enormous. You may have heard Grace laying the groundwork we're looking forward to 2025. Just want to reiterate that to the directors because of the extensive outlay of resources to do this. Their plan is to do it every other year. And also, we don't want people to get bored with the event. We want it to be something special. And so we think every other year will work. And you look at, how many people were actually involved. It is a big outlay of resources. But I would also say, what did we have? 80. So half of our employees were here that day to participate. And that's not because Craig said, come and enjoy yourself. That's because they literally want to be here to interact with the public and to show off what they do. They're very proud of what they do. And so some of the activities weren't really geared towards having 1,000 people here. So we did learn. I know Derek and the engineering team had kids putting together pipe infrastructures, and there's kids waiting in line. We didn't have enough pipe infrastructure for them all to build their own little system that they wanted to build. So it was really fun, and I'm proud of our staff, and we're happy to put it on. So I'm glad it was a success.
I waited in that line, but then I let the kids go first. I was like, okay.
Kids before directors?
Yes.
Is that a rule?
I did that.
Always. So, okay, great, thank you very much. Brings us to the consent calendar. Does anybody have any public comment on consent calendar?
They do not.
Okay. Would any director like to pull an item for discussion?
No, but I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, Tammy, would you please call the roll?
Just waiting for technology to catch up to me.
What did we do before we had technology?
Right, exactly. Thank you for your patience. Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Roten,
Yes.
Director Rizvi. Yes. Director Gardner.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. Do we have anything to add to the agenda, Mr. Miller?
Nothing to add today? Sorry, nothing to add today?
Thank you. Our action agenda, we have a number of items. Start with our fiscal year annual purchase orders exceeding $100,000.
Sure, and Stu Dillingham is here to give us a presentation. We ran this through the Finance Committee. This is our regular practice to go through every year. This is an efficiency measure that we do this in one group of approvals, so we don't have to do this individually. There's pages and pages of approvals of large purchase orders over 100,000. So Stu's happy to answer any questions. He'll give us a brief proposal. Stu, it's all yours.
Sure.
Thank you, everyone, for coming.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
I was at the
Stu, they're not leaving because of you.
This is the exciting part. Yeah. Our giveaway at the Finance Information Services booth was piggy banks. So that was a pretty cool little giveaway.
Kind of surprised it wasn't $100 bills, but.
Yeah, that would have been real popular.
Well, we know a finance guy who has a machine that shoots them around.
Oh, I've seen those, yeah. Good morning, Western Water, board members and staff. The current board action item is for the approval of Western's annual purchase orders over $100,000 for fiscal year 23-24. These purchase orders were presented and approved at the Finance Committee meeting on May 15th, 2023. The Finance Committee and staff recommend the board approve Western's annual POs over $100,000 in today's board agenda package. Any additional Western POs over $100,000 that are needed in fiscal year 23-24 will be presented to committee and board approval on an individual basis during the coming year. So I'm happy to address any questions the board may have regarding the annual POs over $100,000 for fiscal year 23-24.
Great. Tammy, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Any questions from board members?
No, but I'll move the item.
Okay.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Tammy, would you please call the roll?
We're just a little slow today on the network.
You're fine.
Probably needs a new tube.
A new two.
We're going to go the old, oh, there we go. Just going to get ready to go the old-fashioned way. Thank you for your patience. Director Torres,
Yes.
Director Risby,
Yes.
Director Roden,
Yes.
President Gardner.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, board.
Okay, item 8B is Resolution 3282, setting water rates and charges for wholesale agencies.
Sure. So we've been obviously working with the wholesale agencies, notifying them that this is coming. We sit down with them in our regional managers meeting and talk about this for some time, so they're prepared. They'll have to make their own budget adjustments for things like this. So well aware, obviously none of them are here to protest today, so Christian should have a smooth path for her presentation. So Christian, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Staff and the Finance Committee recommend that the Board adopt Resolution 3282, setting water rates and charges for wholesale agencies. This is an item that comes before you each year. The purpose is to establish the rates for the new fiscal year as well as the new calendar year. These water rates and charges were incorporated in Western's biennial budget. There are six topics addressed in this resolution. The first is Western's own administrative charge and Mills Gravity Line maintenance charge for fiscal year '24. Each are proposed to go up by 3%. Second is the Tier 1 annual maximum for calendar year 2024 from Metropolitan, which remains unchanged at 1,500,783 acre-feet. Next is wholesale agency rates and charges from Metropolitan for calendar year '24. Met's Tier 1 treated water rate is going up by 3.9% to $1,256 per acre-foot. The untreated rate is going up by 5.6% to $903 per acre-foot. The net Metropolitan Readiness to Serve charge for fiscal year 2024 to Western is increasing overall by 22%, and Attachment 1 represents the increase to each member agency. Next is Metropolitan's capacity charge for calendar year 2024, which is increasing by a fraction of a percent, and Attachment 2 also reflects each agency's share of this increase. And lastly is the Mills Gravity Line Major Maintenance and Repair Reserve Charge. The total amount for the next 10 years is $9.6 million, and roughly each agency has 1/10 of that. And that is decreasing by 17% from prior years. This does conclude my summary, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Does anyone have any questions?
Public comment?
Okay, any public comment?
There are no public comments.
Okay,
I'll move the item.
have a motion
I'll second.
and a second. Director Dennstedt, you heard most of the presentation. This is item 8C.
B.
B, excuse me.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, and I've been very well informed prior to this reading stuff. I apologize for my tardiness today. Unfortunately, I got stuck behind the funeral procession for our fallen officer who was being escorted to his service today. So I apologize for my tardiness, but there wasn't anything I could do to get around it.
If I could just clarify that the motion was made by Director Torres and the second by Director Risby?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. There being no
Director,
discussion.
are we
Yeah,
ready?
go ahead, yes.
Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Denstedt?
Aye.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
President Gardner?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Our next item is another ordinance, ordinance 399, revising water rates and sewer capacity charges for Murrieta Retail Service Area. Oops.
We may have
I'm
skipped the-
one ahead,
yep.
I'm sorry. 3284, setting the wholesale enterprise program water rate for fiscal year 23-24.
All right, President Gardner's keeping us on our toes. Make sure we got the right one. We've talked a lot about the wholesale enterprise. This will now become an annual presentation that we'll be making to adjust the water costs and rates for that program. So this is our first adjustment. So Ryan, give us the background, please.
Yep, thanks. Good morning, directors. Hope you're all doing well. I apologize for being late as well. So the item before you is adoption of Resolution 3284, which will set the wholesale enterprise program water rate for fiscal year 23-24. As you recall, recently Western entered into a water purchase agreement with Harupa, the city of Norco, the city of Corona, for the delivery of up to 10,000 acre-feet per year of Chino and Arlington desalter water. Per the agreement, the water rate is to be updated and adopted prior to the start of each fiscal year to ensure it recovers capital, O&M, debt service, asset replacement, water replenishment, and administrative costs. So given the CDA and Arlington desalter rate increases, or cost increases, excuse me, CDA being about 6.5%, Arlington just over 4%, primarily driven by energy and chemical cost increases. Staff is proposing a 4.7% rate increase, which is consistent with what's in the existing agreement. So the proposal is to go from $1,100 an acre foot to $1,152 per acre foot. Again, 4.7% rate increase. Just to give you some comparison, Metropolitan's current full tier treated rate is $1,209 per acre foot, and it will increase to $1,256 per acre foot starting January 1st, 2024. Just so, from our perspective, that means our rate is competitive and within line, and it encourages and incentivizes our wholesale customers to continue to participate in the program. We have notified Harupa, Norco, and Corona in advance, so they are aware that we're proposing this rate increase, and they have not objected to it. So with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt Resolution 3284. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Tammy, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, if not, are there any questions from board members? And if not, is there a motion?
I'll move the item, approval of adopting Resolution 3284.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Tammy, when you're ready, or when technology is ready. You're always
I apologize
ready.
today. I have the spinny loop, so we're going to go the old-fashioned way. Director Torres?
Yes.
Director Denstedt?
Aye.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Risby?
Yes.
President Gardner?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0.
Okay, now we will go to ordinance 399. Greg? you want to introduce?
I'm ready. You ready?
Okay, we're
I'm
ready.
We had a little sidebar going over here.
I saw that. Well,
Sorry. So item 8D is to adopt ordinance 399, revising rates for water and sewer capacity charges for the Marietta retail service area. So Ryan will handle this one. I just want to give a little bit of lead-in. Ryan's probably going to cover this. I'm going to steal his thunder, maybe. We didn't coordinate this dance, but I want to make sure the board is aware, and just like we did in our retail rate adjustment program last year, we did extensive outreach, and we want to make sure that those affected by or potentially affected by the rates were well aware that this was happening. So my outreach started over a year ago with the city, and met with the city manager and Ivan Haller, the head of development services, and the assistant city manager. We also met with the Marietta Chamber, Patrick Ellis, several times and talked about this. We met with BIA and notified them that this was happening. We took an additional couple steps in that we, just like we did in our retail rates program, we thought, well, we're going to go above and beyond, and we're going to try and draw out and get people to be involved in this. So we had first a Zoom meeting with the city and the associations, and then we contacted all the developers that we had in our data bank, and then we asked the city to also help us with the developers from their data bank, and then we had a Zoom call with all of those we invited all those developers. We actually only had one developer show up, and Director Risby and Director Denstedt were both on those Zoom events with us. So we think we went out of our way to make sure that everyone was aware of this. And so as I bring this forward for consideration, I think we're well prepared and can say that everyone was aware of the program. So with that, Ryan's going to go through the details and be happy to answer questions when he's done. Ryan, all yours.
Thanks, Craig. This will be a similar presentation that this board has seen in the past, but feel free to jump in along the way or wait for questions till the end. I do want to recognize that Art Griffith from FG Solutions is here. He's the consultant that helped prepare the proposed capacity charges in front of you. So the agenda today is to go over capacity charge objectives, a little bit of background, the actual 2023 proposed capacity charges, stakeholder engagement update, project timeline, and next steps. So, you know, as staff, we've got like 1,000 objectives, so we had to narrow it down to three bullets here. So the capacity charge objectives are to support the updated requirements identified through the water and sewer master planning efforts that this board approved in October of 2022, support future infrastructure development while ensuring that growth pays for growth, and that'll be the theme of the presentation, as well as implement an equitable cost recovery mechanism for future water and sewer capacity charges. So a little bit of background here. So what is a capacity charge? There's going to be a test at the end, by the way. So it's a one-time fee developers pay Western Water, in our case, when obtaining a new water or sewer system connection. And it's a proportionate share of the cost of infrastructure that provides system capacity for future development. Pretty straightforward, but just setting the baseline here. We follow all the California required state guidelines. These are just two of the key California government code sections that we follow. The first one is 66000 that states that charges cannot exceed the reasonable cost of providing the service for which the fee or charge is imposed. And the second one is 66013, which defines what a capacity charge is. And it's a charge for public facilities in existence at the time a charge is imposed, or charges for new public facilities to be acquired or constructed in the future that are of proportional benefit to the person or property being charged. So why are we doing this now? The last time we updated these capacity charges was in 2016, and we only approved up for 3 years, so through 2019. So here we are in 2023, a few years late. We recently approved the new water and sewer master plans in 2022. We've been in close contact with the city, and they've been extremely helpful, giving us some guidance on the forecasted development that we anticipate. In particular, the Murrieta Innovation Zone, which I think you've all heard about. That's a big ticket item for the city. And of course, new infrastructure will be required for any new development in the future. So what do new updated capacity charges provide? Equitable cost recovery from development, again, growth pays for growth. And for Western, it's a viable funding plan for future water and sewer infrastructure costs. Okay, so a little more background. Where are we today? The existing water service area, this is a map on the right-hand side of our Murrieta service area. The blue lines are existing potable water lines. You'll see the innovation zone in red hashed marks down at the bottom right. Today, we have 3,751 EDUs, equivalent dwelling units. I'm going to call them EDUs if that's okay. North of the creek, which will be something we'll talk about in a couple slides, and just 212 EDUs south of Murrieta Creek. On the sewer side of things, we have 2 tributary areas. The first one in kind of purple hashed and coloration. Flows go to the Santa Rosa Regional Resources Authority, affectionately known as SRA, and we've got about 3,652 EDUs currently. The other tributary area is in the orange, which goes to Eastern, and we have just over 1,000 EDUs that go to their treatment plant. And again, you can see the innovation zone on the bottom right. So where are we today in terms of the actual charges? Water capacity charges, as of 2019, it's based on meter size. You'll see in the table, it's 3/4 inch up to 2-inch meters, ranging from $7,000 per EDU up to over $37,000 per EDU. And again, it was last changed in 2019, so a few years ago. On the right-hand side, you'll see sewer capacity charges. We have 2 tributary areas, the Sarah and Eastern areas, because they're 2 different treatment plants. They have different capacity charges and EDU costs. You can see there $9,500 for Sarah and just over $2,000 per EDU for the Eastern tributary area. And I'll note that the Eastern tributary area, that's just a pass-through in terms of Western costs. So a couple key considerations that we debated and vetted internally. The first 2 bullets here are pretty standard, at least from a Western perspective. Water and sewer system capital improvements based on the master plans that were adopted by the board are obviously first and foremost. We do have those 2 tributary areas for sewer, Sarah and Eastern. So we do have 2 separate, we're proposing again 2 separate charges because they're 2 separate costs and tributary areas. The third and fourth bullet are a little different and unique. Development south of Murrieta Creek was not included. I think we've talked about this a few times, but south or west of the Murrieta Creek are typically large lots, and they have their own water wells and their own septic tanks. So from a staff perspective, we debated going back and forth, and we decided not to include any potential infrastructure down there at this time, because we are assuming that they're going to build their own infrastructure. If and when they ask for infrastructure, we'll adjust and move appropriately. So that's number one. The second one was the innovation zone. That development was also calculated separately, and you'll see in a later table how that comes out. The city is keen on getting that development going, but they also acquired some grant funding to help facilitate infrastructure improvements and encourage development to occur in in that area of the city. So we're here before you today, June 7, proposed capacity charges. These are going to be, we're proposing to implement them starting July 1, 2023. So again, another quiz question for the end of the meeting. No, I'm joking, but we put it, in my mind, we did 2 bullets here. The first is in English, the second is in Kevin's world, mathematics, which I still don't really understand, but we're trying. So what's the goal of a capacity charge? It's a proportionate share of the cost of infrastructure that provides capacity to new development. Pretty straightforward. And the calculation, I get this one, Kevin, it's actually pretty straightforward as well. It's total cost of capacity, so dollars, divided by the system capacity, number of EDUs. Pretty straightforward. So what does our new master plan say? On the water side, on the right-hand side, you'll see the map of our Murrieta service area. The yellowish lines are the proposed infrastructure improvements. It's about $24.7 million worth of capital cost that we see for build-out. This does include about $4 million of City of Murrieta American Rescue Plan Act funds. We do have to use those by the end of 2026. And the master plan estimates we're going to be adding 2,144 EDUs to the system. On the sewer side, same map. The kind of aquamarine lines that you see are the proposed infrastructure needs, about $8.6 million total in capital cost. Again, 2 tributary areas. On the Sarah side, about $4.8 million. We're anticipating about 2,000 additional EDUs. And on the eastern side, $3.8 million in terms of capital cost, but again, another 2,000 EDUs on the sewer side. Getting a little more granular and specific, on the innovation zone, you'll see on the right-hand side a map of the innovation zone. The green lines are existing potable water lines, and the blue lines are the proposed water lines. The estimated cost in the master plan for these facilities is about $10.8 million. If you recall, back in February, the city and the district entered into a cost-sharing and infrastructure agreement to help pay for these facilities. The city did a great job getting federal funding, a grant, $7.4 million for water infrastructure and annexation fees, and that's metropolitan annexation fees. And it's not, I apologize, it's not identified on this map, but there are 2 interconnections within the innovation zone that are also part of this project. So here's the big picture here. So this is a table of the proposed draft capacity charges. The top couple rows are existing capacity charges, both water and sewer. Again, we break them out by Sarah and Eastern. You'll see that the water is at $7,000 an acre foot per EDU. Sewer is about $9,000 to $10,000 per EDU. So what we're proposing is on the water side going from $7,000 to anywhere from $12,000 to $14,700 per EDU. On the sewer side, it's going to be about $8,000 to $12,000 per EDU. And you can see the totals if you add them up together on the right-hand side. So the water is jumping, it's almost doubling, and there's a couple key reasons that we want to highlight that's happening. The updated master plan required additional water infrastructure, in particular those 2 interconnections that I mentioned down in the innovation zone, as well as upwards of 8,000 linear feet of additional pipeline that's needed. In addition, and I think you've heard this from a number of presentations and projects, but construction and material costs have grown quite a bit since 2016. So those are the key drivers for the increase in cost. I mentioned the city has been a great partner, and they did get a pretty big loan, a grant of $7.4 million in federal funding. They did want to specify, and they worked closely with Tim and others You can see here 1.45 million of that 7.4 million for metropolitan annexation fees, 1.85 million to secure storage and conveyance capacity within the Rancho California Water District system, and the remaining to offset the local capital cost and, as a result, will lower required capacity charges within that specific area, which is why we're proposing a separate capacity charge for the innovation zone. So another one that staff always cringes a little bit, because when you always compare to others, it's never apples to apples, but we think it's important that you see what our neighbors are doing. So the top few rows are what you just saw on the prior slide. Western existing capacity charges, Western proposed capacity charges, and then if you get about halfway down, you'll see Eastern's current capacity charges for water is about $7,600 per EDU. And just over $10,000 per EDU for sewer. Rancho California Water District, they've got two divisions, Santa Rosa and Rancho. You'll see there just under $5,000 per EDU for water and $11,600 on the sewer side per EDU. And then Elsinore at the very bottom, just under $16,000 per EDU for water and about $9,000 for sewer. And you'll see the footnote down there. I say we cringe a little bit because it's not apples to apples. In particular, Rancho has an ad valorem tax that they collect fees that help offset these types of costs. So we always have a tough time trying to do apples to apples. Art was involved in the recent LAFCO evaluation for that service area down there. So just want to make sure the board is aware that there is a difference in how it's calculated based on per agency. All right, I'll jump into a little stakeholder engagement, and Sarah will tell me where I get it wrong. But as Craig said, we think we've done a really good job in terms of outreach. We've talked to a number of individual stakeholders over the months, years. Heavy coordination with the city of Murrieta, and have to give them kudos because they've been on board with us all the way along. We've held 2 stakeholder workshops as well as 2 public meetings. The stakeholder meetings, the first one was on May 16th. It was primarily city staff, very well attended. They were very appreciative, understood what the charges require. They understand the assumptions, like south of Murrieta Creek, for example, innovation zone, those types of things. The second stakeholder meeting was geared towards developers. We had one developer show up. That was on May 31st. Their proposed development is near the existing Sour project. And we have set up a follow-up meeting with this developer just to make sure we're all on the same page. Very cordial, had really good comments and conversation during the meeting. Director Denstad and Risby were there. But I think we're in a good spot in terms of working with that specific developer.
If I could just jump in, Ryan, you might, the board might be curious about why only one developer. I just wanted to let you know that we did reach out to the development community, specifically through a group that was established in coordination with our development services team, the city's development services team, as well as their economic development department, so that we had the best, most current list of existing and future development stakeholders that we're aware of. So that, that outreach included, phone calls, as our general manager mentioned, preliminary meetings before these workshops, and then also invitations sent out electronically that did have read and receive rates greater than industry standards. So those were received. We just heard in general a lot of those stakeholders understand that these things come through. They may not like it, but they know that's kind of par for the course of doing business. Back to you, Ryan.
Oh, thanks, Sarah. I'm never good at the stakeholder comments. Okay, so last slide, I think, project timeline and next steps, just a reminder of where we've been and where we're going. So we've met with the committee a couple times, and the board now today. We had those stakeholder workshops during May. Today is June 7. We're asking for consideration to approve the proposed capacity charges for implementation starting July 1 of 2023. So with that, staff would recommend approval of ordinance 399 following any comments. And of course, we want to open it up for public comment.
Tammy, do we have any public comment?
I would like to make a public comment.
I would as well.
Okay, thank you. I will call on Jordan Bursch.
Thank you very much. I'm Jordan Bursch, Director of Acquisitions and Forward Planning for Corman Lee. And Corman Lee, we have two projects within this target area. One is a 35 lot single family project, and the other one's a 68 unit multifamily project. And I believe I split the Syrah and Eastern tributary, but I'm actually not certain. The reason is because Corman Lee, we just found out about this week. And I understand from the presentation that there's been this community outreach, but even from the slides, it appears that the community outreach was just started within the last 30 days or so. And from my cursory, because I haven't had a good opportunity to take a deep dive, its increase in fees is more than 50%, which is a huge increase. And with our inability to be able to even study this, to figure out exactly how this is going to apply to our projects, just taking that at face value, this is a project killer. I mean, the cost increases that we've seen, a lot of people talk about, construction costs going down. We haven't seen any of that. We've actually seen construction costs increase. And on top of that, we have these capital cost increases where you have the Fed raising interest rates. And for a home builder, that's crushing to us. And so to add these fees right now, when we have projects that were slated to break ground in 6 months from now, and now we're getting hit with this massive fee increase, it's unsurmountable. And I got to be frank with you on that. This fee increase will kill our two projects. I mean, from the cursory analysis of 17,000 up to about 26, 25,000, that's way too big of a hit to be able to keep going. And then just from this presentation, it appears to me that this is more aligned with a special assessment when we're dealing with this innovation district where this infrastructure is really being targeted. I mean, my projects, we have will serve letters, and based on those will serve letters that we received over a year ago at this point in our entitlement process, which is now done and we're in final engineering, and we should, like I said, break ground in 6 months on one, 9 on the other. This is a little surprising. And again, we never received any notice. I'm not sure how that process was even done. And then
Thank you much.
I've just had
Thank you very much for your comment. I'll now call Nolan Leggio.
Hello, directors. My name is Nolan Leggio. I'm the director of forward planning for Diversified Pacific. I'm also on the board of the San Bernardino chapter of the Building Industry Association. I think we were probably the developer referenced a few times in some of the community outreach meetings. We have two projects in this district. The Sauer project, which was referenced, which is in planning with the city of Murrieta, 130 units, and then also a second project on Ivy Street and B Street, which has 62 units and corresponding ADUs. And our question is really also on the public outreach. I understand Mr. Miller's comments where he's had conversation with the city dating back over a year ago. Unfortunately, those didn't really translate to us until very, very recently. It has been something that we've been made aware is something the district's been reviewing for a couple of months. But in terms of the actual fee amount increases, Wednesday of last week was the first time anyone on our staff was, made aware of what those numbers were. And, unfortunately, it took a couple of days to trickle to our, the rest of our company and how significant this is going to be for a couple of our projects. And I mean, we're very aware the district has costs to install some of this infrastructure and don't contest that, new development should pay for that infrastructure. But as Jordan mentioned, I mean, this is a significant increase. And one of the issues is this, the WMWD Murrieta division is such a small area that, although there's tons of builders and BIA members that are, active in Murrieta, it really only affects a handful of projects, which, really us and Jordan are kind of the main development stakeholders in the community right now. So what our request would be just a postponement of this for a month to just allow us to analyze it a little bit more, and how it affects, our two specific projects. And then, see if there's anything that can be done. We get the district has costs and, something's going to get approved. But, just having a little more time than, really the 4 or 5 working days we've had to really analyze what the district's proposing, and how it affects our couple of projects. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment?
I see no other public comment requests, and I've received no written comments on this item.
Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. We'll bring it back then to the board for any questions. We'll start with Director Denstedt because it's in the area that she represents geographically.
Thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate that. A couple of questions for you, Ryan, on the connection fees south of the creek. Those were not part of this calculation, is that correct?
That's correct.
So anybody that connects south of the creek is going to go with our connection fees that we have currently in place? How is that all being assessed?
When we say that south of the creek was not included in the connection fees, that's a complicated issue. We looked at whether it was worth Western building infrastructure south of the creek to accommodate development down there. And that would have increased the fees even more. And when we looked at that with our team and with the city, we recognized that the vast majority of those parcels in that area south of the creek are very large parcels. Mm-hmm. They have their own wells and they have their own sewer systems. And so they're not very likely to come to Western and say, we want service from Western. So to add a cost in there to build this expensive infrastructure to go under the creek and fill that area with pipelines that very likely will never get used, we thought that that was an unfair cost to put into the connection fees. So what will end up happening is like what we did with the Sauer property, is we brought them back as a special case, and they have an agreement with Western, and if the board will remember, we went to great lengths to work with that developer, including getting an agreement with Rancho to share in Rancho's infrastructure and buy into the investment of their infrastructure, which eliminated the need for the developer to go under the creek and build a loop system from Western's area. So it saved that development millions of dollars. And that was the length that we went through for that special case south of the creek. So if another developer comes to us, and we're kind of getting into hypothetical situations, obviously we'll work with Derek and with Ryan to figure out how to do this, but likely that would be a one-off situation where we'd look at some sort of standalone agreement to do that. But we're changing the connection fees, so everyone will pay these new connection fees. But like I said, if you start going south of the creek, there's a big investment because we would have to build a loop system south of the creek, which means infrastructure in the streets and crossings of the creek in 2 different areas. So that's why it's not included at this time. We just don't foresee, and this is working with the city, development occurring in that sector.
Okay, thank you. And my other question is for this start date. This probably goes back to the financial analysis. So if we were to push the start date off another 30 days, what does that do?
Of course, it depends on the amount of development that occurs during that 30 days. But If you figure for a 3/4 inch water meter in the Surratt area, the net increase is $6,000 per EDU. So 100 homes would be $600,000, for example, if they happen to come in the next month, but, so.
I think the question is, what's the cost of a delay?
What's the cost of a delay?
Of delaying 30 days?
Well, no real cost, just if there's any meters or connections, I presume during the next 30 days, they would not be subject to this higher fee.
Hi, I'm Derek Hawaii. I'm over the Development Services section. That's one of our areas, and we do deal with development. So Kevin is right. If there were more connections during that time, we would, let's say someone put a meter in, and then they paid the connection fee. That's it. That's the connection fee they pay. And if we hadn't adjusted the connection fee to match what is needed in order to build this infrastructure, we'd end up short in the end. And later connection fees would have to be a bit higher in order to make up for that. So there's a little bit of risk there, but I don't think we have anything on the horizon that's necessarily going to a mass of people coming in. The other thing might be financially. There's an analysis that we've done which includes adjustments for the ENR index and how much infrastructure is increasing. And I think one of the gentlemen had commented on it's really crushing because of a lot of the infrastructure is going up in cost. But that's really what's embedded in this fee. It is to build infrastructure in the future to service these developments. And I know the adjustment coming up on July 1st is a bigger one because I've been looking at the ENR index, and it's a big adjustment. They're doing a lot of catch-up for all the inflation we've been seeing. So there is an impact. We have to do the analysis to see what it would do to missing. You have to do that adjustment for the inflation. So I just wanted to make sure we flag that.
Yeah, I agree, and I'll emphasize it even more. You know, the commenters that we had are talking about how costs have increased. Well, that's what we're the ones complaining about costs of increase. That's why we have to adjust our connection fees. We have to build this infrastructure, and you look through the pandemic and through the problems that we had getting materials to build. I mean, our costs, and we've come to the board with our own projects, have been increasing 30% over engineers' estimates. So there's no magic money. We have to collect enough money to build those projects. So we feel the exact same pressure that the developers feel, that we don't have anywhere else to come up with that money if we're not collecting adequately for the inflationary costs. So delay on our part, if we could delay this another year, we could delay it another 2 years, but we're just going to go back and recalculate the numbers, and that's just going to make these increases bigger and bigger and bigger because we literally have to recoup the money. We can't do this on the back of the existing customers that have already paid all these connection fees, and now they're paying the rates. So we just keep getting further and further behind by not keeping up with inflation.
I just want to follow, I don't want to interrupt completely. I just want to follow up on your question, Director Dunstead. So I think one of the developers asked for a 30-day delay. That means if we did that, there would be an adjustment of what we're currently seeing in our.
I will have to think about that. I wouldn't say a 30-day delay would trigger me spending a lot of money to go recalculate all these numbers. Okay. What Kevin was saying is there would be a risk that developers would now come in and pay lower connection fees that don't reflect the true cost of us building the infrastructure.
Right, so they like sneak in during
I'm not hearing from any developers that they're ready to drop meters in the next 30 days to pay the old costs. And I have discussions with BIA and others, and we get into this discussion, well, I'd like to prepay for what my development's going to do in the future. We don't allow that. We collect connection fees when they drop meters as they're building, because we can't speculate on whether these developers are going to get approval from the city, how many units they're going to build, what the true costs are really going to be. So you pay your connection fees when you get your meters.
So, obviously we don't know if anyone's going to do that. So, but and I could be hearing it wrong, a 30-day delay, it doesn't sound like we're just gonna have a bunch of people coming in, putting down meters.
Well, we don't know,
Right,
obviously.
we don't know, but.
Yeah, I think, the challenge with doing this as the water agency is there is always someone who wants you to delay until their project is ready to go. So where you draw the line in delays to accommodate which project?
Okay.
I like to think that we're speaking on behalf of all of our customers in our service area, and we're trying to do the right thing for the masses. Whether we delay for 15 days or we
30.
approve it and we delay the implementation of the actual cost for 30 days, that's been done before. We've done that on rate adjustments for our residential customers. I remember Tom Evans said, well, can we implement this 30 days later than you're proposing? That's at the discretion of the board to do
Right.
something like that.
Oh, that was my question. I have others, but I'll let you finish.
And that's where I was kind of going with this, is what is the accommodation for people to be able to do their analysis, ask their questions, perhaps figure out how they're going to drop the meters or do whatever they're going to do. I would think, and I guess another question would be, if we asked for this to start or take effect in 30 days, does it jam up services to not have it start on the first of the month, or does it really matter?
Not at all, doesn't matter.
Okay, all right. Go ahead with your questions, Director Torres, while I think about what else my other question is going to be.
I will, but I now I want to follow up again with what you were asking. And I know we can't, talk to the public, but I guess I want to understand if we did just delay it, approve it, delay it, they were talking about it could kill their projects, and they want time to analyze. I don't, would that be helpful? Maybe a nod from the, a member of the public, is it actually helpful, or would it be better for us to delay it as a vote? I don't know. That's just my thoughts process. But what I wanted to ask was in committee, and I thought it was a great question and a way, to reiterate that this is not this is not going to our retail customers and they won't be affected. But can someone just go over why this didn't have a Prop 218? Why it wasn't subject to Prop 218. I think it's good for the public to understand that.
Sure, probably any of us could cover that, but certainly I like talking about Prop 218. Prop 218 is specifically about, in our case, water and sewer rates that for services delivered to the parcel. And this is not that. This is for a parcel, however, to connect to our water and sewer systems. The capacity charges has its whole complete section in the California Government Code that addresses what's required for public notice, what's required for this setting here, and so forth, and what are the rules for calculating that, the proportionate share, et cetera, definitions like that. Prop 218, though, is far different. That's the 45-day noticing requirement. That's a public hearing, majority vote protest, and so underneath very different circumstances.
Yeah, thank you. Well said, Kevin. I'll jump in here to say that Ryan in his office reached out to BB&K. I spoke to Lutfi, who's our partner, who's in charge of this sort of practice group, and we cleared everything, and that it was all done according to the code.
And just to follow up on your comment, because and thank you, that was great. But also, you said there are requirements on how how we're supposed to do these types of capacity charges. Can we, maybe Sarah, go over how we went above and beyond that? Because I know that's been a concern.
Certainly. I can leave it to our legal counsel and other members of staff to talk to the requirements specifically, but in terms of going above and beyond, We hosted several committee workshops and meetings so that our board was able to direct staff and continue the process. We also, as our general manager mentioned, initiated outreach with our civic partners, including the Chamber of Commerce for Murrieta and Wildemar and the BIA about a year ago for preliminary discussions, hear their input, understand what those concerns would be and best ways to engage the development community specifically. And then we hosted those 2 workshops additionally, which all are above and beyond the code requirements. And then lastly, we also posted the analysis on our website 2 weeks in advance of this meeting so that those at the workshop were able to access those materials. And then the workshop recordings that we did hold virtually were also sent out to the distribution list that we had for those that were unable to attend, could then access that material, hear the questions asked during the workshop, and then be able to contact staff if needed.
That's it from right now.
Thank you. In terms of infrastructure for a project, if a developer was to come in and propose that they do project improvements for the infrastructure and they dedicate it back to the district, what happens then?
Hi, I'm Derek Hawaii again, Director of Engineering. That's a great question. So generally the way that we do capacity fees is the district is doing a master plan for everything that's going to be built that needs to be serviced to service the areas that we think we're going to have development in. And it's on a timeline such that we might build it, Western might build it for the development, or if a developer comes earlier than we're ready, then the developer would be conditioned to build that. So for instance, if there's a lot of pipeline that's new, that's in this new master plan, and we were to not adopt this particular capacity fee or even the master plan for there, the developers in that area could build that infrastructure. That's essentially what we had discussions about in the Jefferson Corridor, but we've decided to move those into the master plan because we think there's a concerted effort on behalf of the city to build all this infrastructure. So the answer is yes, an individual developer, for instance, the example that's just south of the creek where the Sauer property is, they are conditioned to build that infrastructure, or they can do the agreement that we have made with Rancho for providing direct service from the Rancho lines, but it has very specific requirements. So we work with developers for doing that. But again, if you don't adopt the capacity fees, there's no way for us to build any infrastructure. It would only be that the developer would have to build that stuff. They would be conditioned to do it. So it would be the same crushing cost regardless. In this way, it's much more convenient for people to have us collect the capacity fee and build it on their behalf.
And Derek, is it correct that a developer, say if their capacity fees, let's just pretend are $100,000, but they're putting in $200,000 worth of master plan facilities, what happens in that circumstance?
That's another great question. So that generally goes towards if an individual developer does build the infrastructure and they are benefiting other people and they're afraid that someone's going to come in as a free rider and connect, we will enter into a reimbursement agreement. But again, we have to have some way to fund that reimbursement agreement. That's from the capacity fees. So if someone's overbuilding, like they have to oversize something, it's 18-inch diameter pipe when they only need is 8, then we do a participation agreement, which basically says we will reimburse them as people connect to that system and pay their capacity fees and then pay it to them. So that way we keep everyone whole.
I have a quick question. Do we know when Sora and Eastern updated their rates for these?
I didn't hear
Or,
your,
I don't, yeah.
I didn't hear your question.
When Sora and Eastern updated their rates,
Oh, okay.
or are they planning to?
Oh, hi, I'm Art Griffith with FG Solutions, a consultant that Western Water retained. Generally, Eastern and Syrah update their capacity charges on an annual basis.
Okay.
And periodically, they do analyses to kind of reset them, like that Western is proposing or considering right now. Thank you.
Right, which went down.
Other questions? or comments from board members?
Go ahead. No, go ahead, because I'm still got things spinning in my head.
All right, I was gonna say mine are probably a little bit scattered here. Okay, so I did hear one of the speakers say that a 30-day postponement would be helpful. And I think staff has kind of answered what the consequences of that may or may not be. So I just want to make sure I understood that. I actually was going to ask if we know, and we probably don't have this information, how many projects are in the pipeline in Murrieta that are going to get caught up in this if it becomes effective on July 1? Obviously, we can't predict the future. We don't know what's going to come in, but I'm curious what, obviously, we have these two developers. I'm going to assume there are others, and they're probably at varying stages of their development, but let's say folks that hypothetically could pull their meters by the end of this year. Do we have any idea how many people that affects? Or projects, I should say.
I'm Derek Hoy again. So I was about to answer the question, then you said a year. So I know right now, we don't necessarily have people that are ready to slam down a meter by the end of the month. They wouldn't, there's no one that's gonna get in under the wire if it's delayed by 30 days. If you go a year, that
Or end of the year, so
Yeah.
6 months.
Yeah, if you did 6 months, then we'd have to do some analysis and see who potentially who's in construction and potentially could receive their occupancy and, get the meter in and all of that. And that's the time that you calculate the fee.
Yeah,
So we can do that.
Yeah, when we say you pay your connection fees when you drop the meter, that means you've built everything. You've done all the you have all the permits from the city, you've done all the grading, you've put the houses up or the commercial infrastructure up, and it's kind of one of the last steps. You have to have an occupancy permit. So it's really very far along in the development process. And so our development services team, for someone to pay connection fees within the next 6 months would very likely already be far into construction at this point.
Okay, and we're not aware of any projects that would be that far along?
We're aware of them. We'd have to do the calculation, figure out how many are ready to put meters in.
That would be ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to add and caution that while the board could request a 30-day delay without significant repercussions, but if the board were to ask for a delay for 6 months, we would want to refresh the numbers, and it would be likely those numbers are going to change going forward.
Right.
And they'd increase, not decrease.
Yes.
Almost
And
certainly.
Do you think that those numbers could be determined if we do the 30-day postponement? Could they be determined during that period so that at the end of 30 days, we could decide, no, we really do need to implement this right now, or?
I would, and I did hear that from one of the public commenters, that let's delay this 30 days so we can work on something that works better. Well, we have invested a lot of money and spent a very long time developing these connection fees based on our engineers, laying out pipeline in all the streets that we need to meet this development. So to say we're going to work on a different number that works better means that we're not going to go with the recommendation of our engineers and where we need to build infrastructure. So I don't see how that would change within 30 days. And what I was saying was a 30-day delay, I don't think would trigger me to initiate additional consultant work, because we had to hire a consultant to do all the calculations of what the EDUs would be. I wouldn't want to waste the public's money to do that all over again for 30 days. If it was 6 months, we would invest the money and redo that, and that'll be incorporated into the cost along with inflation.
Okay, and don't misunderstand, I'm not asking for the fees to be redone. What I was wondering is in that 30-day postponement period, if we would be able to know, okay, there's one particular project that is going to be able to put their meters in by such and such a date. So we could possibly consider looking at that one particular project. This is all hypothetical, and I know it's a lot of probably crystal ball kind of things, but I realize we did a huge amount of outreach and that this has been, going on for a number of years now, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that this is going to be, as it stands now, effective July 1. That's not even 30 days from now. And even though we did the outreach and we've had the meetings and we're now in conversations with some of these folks, I feel like a little bit more time would be helpful. And if we knew, like if I knew today that Project A it's where it is in the process with Murrieta, and that they're going to be able to put meters in October or November, I would hope to give them that grace to be able to do that, I guess is where I'm going. My other kind of a follow-up question is, can these capacity charges be recouped in Mello-Roos fees, like parks fees are and school fees and all of that? So can the developer actually put those Mello-Roos fees on their project so that they can recoup these charges?
Derek will
Sure,
comment on
Derek
that.
again, yes, so the,
So many people
that is
writing
extremely common. Every time we do a CFD, they always put the capacity fees in, I'd say 100%.
Oh, they do?
And then they also add some infrastructure in addition, but generally our preference is that they just put the capacity fee because it's very easy to administrate. So it's extremely common that if you do a CFD, then you do fund the capacity fees if we're participating.
Okay, so that is telling me that they would have the option to do that, even on, I think it was mentioned that there was, well, single-family homes I know can have them. Multifamily development, can they have Mello-Roos as well?
Yes.
Okay. Am I using the right term, Mello-Roos fees? Yeah.
People don't, yeah.
Sort
That
of.
was an old-
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Community
Or a
community
similar
facilities district, yeah.
financing mechanism on the tax rules.
Right, a way to finance it.
It's also important to realize that the capacity charges were analyzed based on a start date of July 1.
Right.
A delay, if you want to provide an opportunity for Development A, if Development A is 100 meters, Development A is paying less than everybody else, so you've got later developers subsidizing the Development A. So you have to think about that one as
Yeah,
well.
I do, and I'll reiterate what Tim is saying again, is, we look at this as equity and fairness for all future customers, future developers, and I think from a policy perspective, it's important that we continue to do that.
I would just point out that anytime you draw a line, somebody's on the wrong side of the line. If you move the line, somebody benefits, but somebody else is on the wrong side of the line. And I'm close, and you should move it for me too. It just, unfortunately, it's the kind of thing that we have to do. If, as a board, we believe the numbers that have been presented to us are accurate, I think we have to adopt it. I don't see that a 30-day delay will hurt anything. It would give developers an opportunity to do more analysis of the impact of the charges, the increased charges on their individual projects, but it won't change the analysis of what infrastructure is necessary and what is it going to cost. It just doesn't. I don't see a problem with a 30-day delay in implementation, but I honestly don't see how that is of much benefit to a developer or a potential developer, because we're still looking at the same numbers that have been presented to us. They just would be in effect 30 days later, and we've all heard that there's almost nobody, and maybe nobody, who will not set a meter, or who would set a meter in the next 30 days. So I don't think there's a real benefit, much though we would like to help all of the developers. I don't think there's a real benefit to a 30-day delay in implementation.
You don't think, sorry, you said that you don't think there's a benefit?
No.
Oh, okay. I was,
I don't think there's a financial benefit.
no, I was
There-
thinking in my
there'd
head
be-
and
yeah,
missed it.
Yeah,
but-
they
okay.
would have an opportunity to do more analysis of the impact of the fees on their project, but it won't change
The
the
fact that they're
need
gonna
for the
do-
fee increase.
And I guess I'm asking for leniency in that if we can hear again from the two developers that spoke, and I mean, I must have misunderstood the comment. I heard it as, we want to figure out how we're going to do this, but it sounds like Craig heard it, like they were saying they were going to come back with other numbers. So, President, if you would give them the leniency to maybe clarify their comments. If not, that's fine too. I just want to understand, and I think I feel the same way as Director Roughton, is that what I'm uncomfortable with is that, yeah, less than 30 days from now, they're going to have to just figure it out. And it sounds like they had no idea until last week. And so that's what I'm uncomfortable with, but I want to just understand if there's that.
No, thank you, Director Torres. I'll jump in. It is my opinion, per the Brown Act, that the public comment for this matter has closed. And so at your discretion, if you want, we can reopen it, but that is my recommendation, is that we keep it closed. And I think that's consistent with the statute. And then also I will say that I think it feels, because it's rate setting, that there had to be more of a opportunity for notice and comment. Ryan's office reached out to my office. We spoke to Luffy. We've gone above and beyond what the statutory requirements are for the holding of this hearing and the consideration of this ordinance. So I just, I can sense some uncomfortability from some of the directors just about the opportunity for notice, but I want to assure you that at least what's provided in the code, Ryan reached out, we discussed, I spoke to Luffy. We have done everything that we have to do.
That's fine. That was just my question. I just want to know if, like you said, if it does or really doesn't help, but we didn't get a chance to interact, so that's my
Well,
question.
I do think, and General Counsel, correct me if you have a different opinion, I think it is okay for a board member to ask for clarification of a comment after the comment has been made. If we're going to do that, and I would suggest we do that, I would ask the commenter to limit their comment to answering the question that is specifically presented.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
Director Torres would,
I would like to. If that's
yeah,
okay.
if you would, please.
I'm not sure which one of you, Nolan or Jordan, would like to take this, but would a 30-day delay in implementation allow you to do an analysis for your own benefit, or would a 30-day delay on this action allow you to do that analysis? That's my question. And then if so, the charges are going to be the charges, so how really would it benefit you to wait for 30 days in either option?
I'll jump in first, and thank you for allowing me to speak again. I think, and even Mr. Miller would probably agree, that it's more a project specific conversation, and every project's a little different. I mean, I get that it's probably going to end up where the numbers are the numbers, and I understand how the numbers were calculated and is what it is. But take that Sour project that's been referenced a few times. And I understand there was a wheeling agreement done with Rancho, but it's in the process of a re-entitlement through the city. We're probably about a year in, and we're talking about doing significant, off-site water and sewer infrastructure, over a mile of water and sewer infrastructure that's part of that project. That is south of or west of the creek, so it's not included in the master infrastructure. So technically, it's not something WMWD needs to reimburse, even though we're connecting a mile of potentially connecting a mile of offsite water and sewer to that project, which could also serve other residents. So, I mean, we've been in discussions about, different ways, whether it's a CFD or fee credits, but, we're not really close to resolution on that project. So, I mean, having, those more project-specific clarifications prior to this, very significant fee increase being adopted.
Leggio, if you could please reference only the question that was asked.
Yeah. We are getting a bit beyond, actually significantly beyond, how
What we're
does
allowed.
how does a 30-day benefit, or 30-day delay in implementation benefit a project, or your project?
Yeah, that's,
If I may
Please.
respond, Jordan Bursch here with Corman Lee. Specifically, a 30-day would allow us, right now, I'm not even sure how this is going to impact our 68-unit multifamily, which has some affordable component into it. I don't even know how this is going to impact it. In a 30-day, really, to Nolan's point, it's a project by project. It's going to allow us to really determine definitively whether or not we're going to move forward with these projects. I mean, that's really what we need to analyze. Again, we're just getting it right now. And so I haven't even been able to put pen to paper on it. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, back
Derek.
to the board.
Thank you, President, for that.
Yeah, Derek?
I wanted to get you'd asked a question regarding how many meters are prepared to go in Marietta, and the answer is 8. So we've asked the team over there, and the inspection team, and they believe 8 meters, and that's for the Jefferson Apartments, could go in within the next 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
8
That's all.
meters?
8, yes.
Okay.
Director, President Gardner, if I may too, I think to Craig's point earlier, I think that when you drawing a line more objectively, and I think it leads to maybe more of a perception of equity and fairness, right? And to your point earlier, when you draw a line, some folks are going to be on the wrong side of it in their own perspective. If the board were to consider a postponement of any amount of time so that certain projects or certain voices were able to be heard and certain units were able to be installed at the lower rates, I would just worry about the optics of that decision. Even if it was motivated by a desire to work collaboratively with the developer, I think that we should just be mindful of the optics of that decision.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that if we delayed it for 30 days, there are potentially 8 meters that are going to get a discounted rate.
Right.
Right, and I'm good at math, but I can't pull out my calculator, so how much, what is 8 meters if we implemented today?
Yeah, no, it's not your math. You have to really get into it because it's EDU based.
Right.
So it's not just the meter, but
Got it.
there's going to be 8 customers that are going to pay connection fees. So
Got it.
you don't know unless you want to sit down with staff and go through the nitty-gritty details of what the financial impact would be.
But a ballpark number, do you have a ballpark?
No.
Okay.
That makes sense. Thank you, Craig, that made sense. Okay, so that's what you're saying, is that we're basically allowing 8 individuals, developers, whatever, clients, some, grace, where then on August 1st, other people, they're gonna have to be subject. That's the point you're making.
Motivated by a good desire to work collaboratively with people who feel like they just need more time or, what have you, that you end up unintentionally benefiting another group of people. And I think that even if it never really resulted in anything, I think just the board should be mindful of those optics, as unintended as they may be.
If it helps, they clarified that they should be ready within a week, so they would be July 1st date. So they would be unaffected if you took the exact same action. Either way.
I'm sorry, what was that? They would
Okay.
be,
They're going to be ready to meet the existing deadline right now.
so they'd
They'll
be
set
in
their
June.
meters
They'd be in
before
June.
July
So
1.
an extension wouldn't affect those 8 customers.
okay.
Right.
Thank you, okay.
Can I make a comment? So I realize our conversation is centering around a request from public comments about a 30-day extension, but what doesn't sit well or set, I can never remember if it's sit or set. My mom had a saying for that, so you could remember which one it was. I think if in fact this were to go through today and everything's fine, I still am not comfortable with giving less than a 30-day notification on this. I know we've been working on it a long time. I know we have to do it. The costs are what they are. The charges are going to be what they're going to be. But just in, not policy, but process, it just seems odd to me to approve something on June 7th that's going to take place on July 1. Not illegal, it's not, there's nothing that says we can't do that, but I would just feel more comfortable giving that extension just out of, courtesy and a process that would help anyone that was involved. It's not, yes, it was initiated by this discussion today with these two developers, but I don't, in my mind, I'm not asking it for them specifically. I like the idea because it's less than 30 days for it to go into effect the way that we have it written now. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I agree with Laura.
Derek, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
For facilities that developers come in and bring in, so if they were to move forward with their project, install facilities on our behalf that they would then dedicate to the district, what is the reimbursement agreement terms in terms of length? Because I believe it's 10 years that they have in order to get reimbursement unless something's changed.
That's right. The standard is 10 years. Only on one occasion have we changed that, and we had a 20-year because it was a pretty extensive infrastructure. But the standard is 10 years sunset, meaning that they have to, all the connections that come in within that 10 years are subject to the reimbursement.
Okay. And just for sake of due diligence, have we looked at all of the grant opportunities in order to bring into this area in order for us to apply for stuff? I know the city has applied for stuff and there was a different type of thing that the city's eligible for doing that. Is there any type of monies that is available for us to be able to offset these types of costs, or how was that incorporated in to keep costs where they're at?
Yeah, most certainly. In fact, in this one, we've worked very closely with the city in order to, specifically about the enterprise innovation zone. The innovation zone, they have obtained the ARPA funds, which are being explicitly taken into account in the calculation of the capacity fee. And so we did seek that out, and we are applying it for a portion of the infrastructure where it is applicable. There's a lot of rules involved in that. It has to be specifically for that area. But we have sought that out. As far as other grants, we certainly continue to look for grant opportunities. It is very hard to get grants for things like pipelines. I'm amazed that we got the ARPA one to pay for a pipeline. Generally, they're for much larger infrastructure that we've been able to be successful in grants.
Without, I'm sorry.
And it looks like Ryan is wanting to creep up to the podium and add some additional.
I was just going to add, and Derek knows this, but the regional, we call it the regional interconnection with Rancho California Water District, we did receive a grant already. I think it was $1 million. Forgive me, about $1 million. So that's kind of embedded in everything that we're thinking about. But like Derek said, we're certainly all over any grant opportunity that comes available to us.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I was just saying thank you.
I just wanted to piggyback real quick. Without the ARPA money, these capacity charges would have been higher. Is that correct?
In the innovation zone, they would have been higher, correct?
Okay. So we were very lucky to get that money, essentially.
Well, the city was very lucky, and the city's applying that to the development in this area to the benefit of the developers.
Okay.
So, they should get a Christmas card from the city should get a Christmas card for that area. And they've said it, I don't really need to reiterate, but we have worked for a long time with the city to figure out an equitable way that we can do that with our connection fees to benefit that very specific enterprise zone. And we think we've done that very fairly.
Okay.
What was also in the city decision was to pay $1.45 million in annexation fees that the developer would have had to pay, and $1.85 million in buy-in to the Rancho California Water District system, which the developer would have also had to pay. So that's not collected in the capacity fees. That's actually the city doing some good by development in that region and providing them a different discount as well.
Okay, other questions or comments?
I would just say that, costs are going up. We need to get this done, and develop can't happen without this development going in, without this infrastructure going in. It just can't happen. And so I would say that I absolutely agree with my colleagues that have suggested that I don't really like implementing something with less than 30 days of a start. And so I also don't agree with putting this off for 6 months and having to have our staff then reincorporate stuff with inflation continuing to rise it, and we just add insult to injury already by having to do a mechanism triggering of financing and everything else. Listening to all of the debate and listening to all of staff's inputs in what would be the most benefit, I think, and having to just go through with a painful move, I think we start with an implementation date of August 1, and that way we make sure that we've put it out there. It doesn't trigger any reanalysis as far as staff is concerned. It wouldn't put that too far out. It gives our developer community friends an opportunity to be able to evaluate their process, their business plan, and how they need to go forward. And again, have conversations with staff in regarding other mechanisms that may be available to them to trigger other reimbursement agreements that may be helpful for them for moving forward on their development, should they choose to do some type of infrastructure improvements or upsize and rededicate it to the district. So that would be my motion, is to go ahead and move forward with implementation as suggested with staff, with the adjustment of the start date being August 1 and not
So,
July 1.
Just for clarification, your motion would have us vote on the increases today, but extend the implementation date to August 1st.
Correct.
Okay.
That way, we're not triggering anything. Staff is not having to go do an analysis and readjust, because I don't want it to keep going up.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Is there a second to that motion?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay, is there further discussion?
I just want to say thank you for that. Before the item ends, I just want to put in discussion, because this will be coming to Riverside. And so I know that we went above and beyond, and I don't want to sound like I don't think that, because I know that. But I think we might take this as a learning lesson on how we can better reach out. I don't want to make it sound like I don't think you did, but to the development community, so that we don't go through this when Riverside charges come. We don't want to do that. We don't want to do another 30-day, or maybe when we decide to actually have the hearing, that there is already a 30-day sufficient timeline. Just a learning lesson. That's when you're going to see me a little, try to be more engaged in the community with these discussions. And so I just wanted to, some learning lessons, I hope there are. But I do want to reiterate, I think that it's good that we went above and beyond the minimal, communications that is outlined in law. But I do believe that. I just want to say that right now that we're in discussion of it. So, thank you.
Okay. Other comments?
No, and I just appreciate staff's outreach and their ability to be able to have these conversations with folks, and would hope that Development Services would continue to reach out with these folks, and hopefully we can come to something that will help and assist them moving forward on their developments. However that may be, and whatever mechanism we might be able to work out with them in the time frame certainly that we have. And hopefully there's no delays in those 8 meters that are going to be anticipated being dropped here in the next week or so, that's going to happen anyways.
August
So,
1st gives them more
right.
time.
So hopefully that'll trigger that and make it easier. So
Tammy, are you clear on the motion?
I am. Thank you, President Gardner. I have a motion by Director Dinstedt, a second by Director Roten to adopt Ordinance 399, providing rates for water and sewer capacity charges as outlaid in the staff letter and what has been presented today, with one change, that the implementation date begin on August 1st, 2023.
Okay, everybody clear on that? When the system is ready, would you do a roll call vote?
We are going to do this the old-fashioned way.
Well, see, that system's always ready.
Director Torres.
Sorry, I'm going to make my comment first before I vote it moves on. Another thing that I would like to see is then, I know we hear that this is a project killer. If we can actually analyze, like, have a post debrief, did it kill projects? And that way, right, later, if, if we need to, but that's my only, yes.
That is a yes vote, correct? Yes. Thank you. Director Dinstedt?
Aye.
Director Roten?
Yes.
Director Isby?
Yes.
President Gardner?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0 with the change of the implementation date to August 1st, 2023.
Okay, thank you all, and thank you to the members of the public who took your time to raise concerns and make suggestions. I wish there were a way that we could do this without it having such an impact on project costs. Unfortunately, I don't believe there is. And we look forward to seeing your projects go forward and hope they will. So that concludes our action agenda, brings us to reports. Mr. General Counsel.
Thank you, President Gardner. Thank you all for having me. Nothing to report today. It was good to see most of you at Aqua. And yeah, we'll see you this summer, I'm sure. But thanks for having me this morning.
Mr. Miller.
All right, I've got a few. The first one I want to do is, it's kind of a rewarding one. So the State Water Project contractors, these are the ones that move 4 million acre feet of water down. 2 million of that goes to MET and MET member agencies. Valley District is a contractor. They have about 100,000 acre feet in rights through that contract. But as you're aware, we've been in a year-long struggle to change the messaging on water. And so I want to show what is happening with the state water contractors' messaging now and how they've adopted our messaging. So we have a video, if you can click that. And it's very well done by the contractors.
California's climate whiplash shows just how critical it is to divert water into storage when it's wet so that it can then be used when it's dry. Whether we're talking about storing water above ground, below ground, or the way we move and pump water through 700 miles of
We
canals,
started halfway.
pipelines,
Can we
and
go back to the
hydroelectric
start?
facilities to get that water to
And can we maybe increase the volume a touch?
Yeah.
California's climate whiplash shows just how critical it is to make real-time water management decisions. California's hydrology can change on a dime, rapidly swinging from drought to flood. And the operation of our state's primary water system must be flexible enough to do the same. From January to April of 2023, California experienced 31 heavy storms after 3 years of extreme drought. By managing the state's water supplies in real time, we were able to responsibly capture and store water in reservoirs, building crucial water security for the inevitable dry period that is sure to follow. California's precipitation follows a stair-step pattern, switching between wet and dry periods for different lengths of time over the rainy season. Water management operations and the infrastructure we use to store and move water throughout the state were built for more predictable weather patterns that have long ceased to be the norm for California. California needs to adjust the way we manage water to be more resilient to climate change. By following the science and improving California's water infrastructure, we will be better prepared to divert water into storage when it's wet so that it can then be used when it's dry. Whether we're talking about storing water above ground, below ground, or the way we move and pump water through 700 miles of canals, pipelines, and hydroelectric facilities to get that water to your tap, none of it would be possible without our water infrastructure. Storage projects like Sites Reservoir and Groundwater Recharge, combined with the Delta Conveyance Project and improved San Joaquin Valley Conveyance, are necessary for us to reliably manage our water moving forward. We also need to base water management decisions on better, more relevant data. Forecast-informed reservoir operations take advantage of scientific improvements in forecasting to better anticipate and manage large storm events and would improve California's flexibility in managing our water supply. By working together to make investments in our infrastructure and improve our data while continuing to develop more local sources of water supplies, we can take an all-of-the-above approach that will secure California's water resources amidst our changing climate and hydrology. California's climate whiplash shows.
Do you guys all want to watch it again? No, it's very well done.
It is.
And I will say that Jennifer Pierre is the general manager for the state contractors. She's part of our Solutions Summit group. And so there's a lot of synergy that's coming out of that Solutions Summit group. And I really appreciate her efforts, and the state contractors are becoming a loud voice with Department of Water Resources and the administration that this has to happen. And we have to build the infrastructure, we have to be able to move water. So I hope you enjoyed that. I think it's a really good tool. Sarah, do you know how they're outreaching the video?
That's a great question. I can certainly report back on the state water the state water contractors' efforts to reach out. I can tell you what Western Water is doing. If you work on digital channels, you know you got to feed the beast. So every time we receive well-done content like this, it's an opportunity for us to share them on our platforms. So this will be posted to our website, used across social media, and certainly Craig alluded to the messaging aligns directly with many of our other efforts. So it plays nicely in integrating right into our own outreach approach.
Thank you, Sarah. The second item I want to talk about is, our board was very proactive in giving me authority for $20 million worth of water to put into our SARCUP account. We are taking that very seriously. The SARCUP Operating Committee has met twice, once unofficially in the lobby at Aqua, the Real Value of Aqua, that lobby meeting, where we talked about the urgency to put water in that program. And if you recall, we got $55 million from the state to build that program, and a lot of that money went to things like the La Sierra Pipeline and the Sterling Pump Station and Well 7, and Ryan can give us a list a mile long. Ryan has been doing an outstanding job finding a home for that $55 million. That didn't just go to Western, that went to all the SARCUP agencies, but Western actually ended up with the largest share of money in that program, and partly because we're kind of a hub, so the infrastructure we build to support those groundwater storage programs, we're very integral into being able to move that water to others. We have to show performance to make sure that we can keep all that funding. Theoretically, if we don't utilize that program, we could have to reimburse DWR for that funding. So we don't want to do that. So it's very important that we put water in that account. All the SARCUP managers understand that. So we had another operating committee meeting this week, and following that meeting, I've been in talks with Metropolitan, and Metropolitan is extremely motivated to get water into any storage banks that they can get it into, which is really good news from Metropolitan. And I've told you before that their system is full. And so one of the things that we'll be negotiating with Metropolitan, and when I say their system is full, their transport of water system is full. They can't get any more water down to Southern California. The pipe is full. So then the decision is, what do you do with the full pipe? And so I had a very good conversation with Met yesterday, and they're willing to talk about a larger share of the capacity that's moving down here right now to go into storage programs, including the SARCUP program. And so, great news, we're going to move. Met is just as interested and we are. They said, come back to us in 2 weeks with a proposal. So we'll be working that because we want to spend that $20 million and get water into our program. So we'll work really hard on that. And this is the year for, as we like to say, the big gulp of water. We don't know if it's going to be dry again for 10 more years. So we do not want water wasting out to the ocean that we could have moved locally. Good news on the staff development side of things. Western Water has 16 members graduating today from the Center for Organizational Effectiveness Supervisory Academy. So the EMT has been doing a lot of leadership training. We are pushing out leadership training to everyone in the organization. And so this is kind of the next layer that's gone through. These are great programs, and we've been utilizing these. So I know the board wants to make sure that we're preparing our employees and motivating our employees, and employees find this very motivational that we're investing in their careers. And so Tammy Thomas, Don Gaynor, Javier Erguin, Joel Bravo, Jorge Valencia, and Juan Marziegos are all graduating today. So hats off to all of them. We would have had them here, but they're busy doing that. Let's see. Last thing, Director Rizvi joined me last Friday. Thank you very much. We walked her through the dirt and put her out in the sun with all the bugs and the toads out in the field for the groundbreaking event for the Enhanced Recharge Program. This is a $60 million program to build recharge projects. We represent the plaintiff parties. We have 28% of that project. So the plaintiff parties are investing 28% of the $60 million, $62 million. Huge event, huge activity. This was the kickoff. Valley and Heather have done an outstanding job driving this program. We've been talking about this, I think, since Don Harriger was here. He was at the event. It was really good to see him and Sam Fuller, some of the old timers who were the visionaries behind these programs, and now we're finally getting them implemented. So really good news to put the shovel in the ground. Oh, you want to hold that up, Director? So this is an interesting giveaway. So this is Heather, and so if you look at, we'll pass. Actually, we have them. We got them for all the directors. They're all there. So it's somewhere. You got it. It's in a box. But it's interesting. This is the groundbreaking, and you'll notice when you open it up that there's a piece missing from the puzzle, and you get the piece when they turn the valve to turn it on. So you'll be invited back to the opening ceremony for the whole thing. So really, really nice event, and happy to get that kicked off. And that's a huge investment. That increases recharge capacity, which is integral to, as I said at the event, we are ahead of the state in programs like this. We're building capacity to put water in the ground. They haven't built the capacity to get it to us yet. So this is, we're being prepared for when they get their act together and start building storage and conveyance. So very happy and proud to be part of the program, and our staff has worked really hard with Valley staff to move this thing forward. So with that concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions for the general manager?
Just a comment. I think there's one more soon-to-be graduate that you did not mention, Kevin Mascaro, from the greatest class of Leadership Riverside 2023.
It's going to start a fight.
Well,
It is the greatest class in 2023.
Yeah.
Unquestionably.
When's your graduation?
Oh, I don't know, June 16th?
Oh, maybe June 16th, and we have a table, and the board, I strongly encourage the board to be there. It's a nice event, it's a big event if you haven't been before, there are a lot of people there, and it'll be at the convention center, it's where it always is, and it is a very nice event.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
And we've already lobbied director to have another participant next year in the leadership program, sitting at the other end of the dais.
Ah, excellent. Okay, directors' reports and requests. SAPA is first, met yesterday and approved continuing funding for 3 task forces. And their monitoring task forces. One is the Basin Monitoring Task Force, one is the Middle Santa Ana River Pathogen TMDL Task Force, and the third is the Emerging Constituents Program Task Force. And they approved a 4% merit pool for employees, and a 4.6% COLA for employees. So everybody will get the COLA, and the merit is at the discretion of the executive director. So there's a 4% pool. Somebody could get more than 4%, some could get none. And that was it for SAPA. MWD.
Next week. I'm going to do that under director's comments.
Okay. Chino Basin Water Master also approved its budget fiscal year, the whole budget for fiscal year 23-24. The majority of the costs of Water Master are paid by the water producers. Actually 3 municipalities, Western IEUA and 3 Valleys contribute some money, but we are a small percentage. There was some discussion about how big the increase in a couple of sub-budget components were, but the vote to approve the budget was unanimous, which was nice to see. And that was it for Water Master. And CDA, did you cover? Yeah, and we reported on the last one, so that they have an upcoming one that Director Roten will report on.
All right.
Okay, RCRA.
We met last week. We had 2 agenda items. One was election of officers. Now I am the chair for RCRA. And Dr. Speak from Corona is the vice chair, and Dr. Belamonte from Home Gardens is going to be the secretary. And another item, we again give staff to bring up about staff for directors' compensation. That is something that we keep on working. And we have told them to go to their, legal counsel to bring, he brought forth almost like a contract or a set of rules, but now it has to go to their individual agencies to be approved. But before that, we needed some more specifications, so it's going to come back to our next meeting. I, as a director, have recommended my staff and told RCRA that I will be opting out. We did have an option to opt out, so I will be opting out of that compensation from RCRA board. So we will see at our next meeting how that item is going to be decided on. So other than that, that was our meeting. Short and
Okay.
sweet.
WRCOG.
Thank you. WRCOG, we had a couple of things that happened. I wanted to highlight For those of you who know Arnold San Miguel, he has officially retired after 30-something years. And so he was recognized by WRCOG. He was at the meeting, and I think it was 34 years. And so it's a long time to serve an organization and be a part of everything that he has done at SCAG. So just wanted to kind of highlight that because I know a lot of people have had contact with him over the years. And then another highlighting point I wanted to also do is the recommendation from the executive committee for the chair, the vice chair, and the second vice chair position for 2023-2024. I was in that nomination pool, and I have now been placed on the second vice chair position, which will, as traditionally goes up, and I should be sitting as chair in the year of 2025-2026. So hopefully we will be putting, it's first time water will be as the chair. So traditionally, the member of TAC that sits as the person is the general manager or the city manager. So Craig will get to look forward to just having additional responsibility to be part of that group and manage that group. But it would be nice to bring water full circle on that, since we've been a part of that organization for a very long time, and neither Eastern or us has held the chair position since we've been on that. So looking forward to that and appreciate the confidence of my colleagues on that board to place me in that leadership role. And then lastly, but not leastly for sure, we did a state legislative update. Both Eastern and Western provided that. Michael Hadley came on our behalf to present all of that. And I was really entertained with a lot of comments that came to me because we did a legislative update and talked about all of the water rights bills that are just oh so bad. So that was really interesting conversations. I had a lot of people that followed up with me afterwards and wanted to know what they could do. So I have directed them to reach out to staff for verbiage if they so choose to write letters of opposition with their agencies. They can follow through with that. So it certainly helps us in our concerns that we have moving forward with some of that water right legislation that was presented. Other than that, we have General Assembly that will be coming up at the end of the month. So that will be another, I'm sure, well-attended event. And that is all I have today, Mr. Chair, for WRCOG.
Okay, what have you got for Aqua?
Well, Aqua, gee whiz, I've got a couple of things for Aqua. Did you want to do Syrah first?
No, since you're talking, we'll let you do that.
No, okay.
Sarah didn't meet.
Okay.
So no updates from Sarah. Okay. Done.
All right. So Aqua, we've got elections coming up again here very shortly. So those will be jumping off, and final paperwork and different things need to be turned in for that. We've already taken a position on that. So I will be throwing my hat in the ring again for our Region 9 leadership. The other thing I did last week was I attended the Region 2 tour up at Sites Reservoir. And that was something that I was looking forward to seeing. It's something that I haven't gone to before. It was an incredible site. They loaded up 2 tour buses. We had one of the residents, when we were actually at the site of where they're proposing this, we more than doubled the population of the actual residency in that area. And it's amazing to me. I understand there are some families, I believe there were 13 total households and residents that live in the area that will be completely displaced by this. And that's kind of the unfortunate thing. They do know that it's coming. Some of them have lived there for 6 generations. And it is, but they know that it's coming, and they're looking for alternatives, and they're having discussions. But this, again, I was shocked to learn that this is part of California's water plan since the 50s. I did not know that this went back this far. And so I got an entire PowerPoint. I think I dumped it out of my bag to load up my Washington, D.C. folder. So I was going to cover a couple of slides in that, but it was really fascinating, the plans that they have, the work that has gone into it, the discussions that have happened, the community up there that's ready for it, because it's not just talking about water storage, it's talking about an economic driver for the area. They're talking about doing significant improvements and what that's going to draw commercially to support a lot of those smaller communities and what that's going to bring in, and the recreation that it's going to provide in a variety of different things. So they are very, very hopeful. They think they're moving forward with a lot of progress with that. They do think it is going to happen in our lifetime. So I was surprised to see some optimism there, just some discussions that were happening and taking place. And we were recognized, certainly Western and Metropolitan is one of the members that signed on, and Western is on the waiting list. So if there's an opportunity, that certainly is. People came up and applauded me for our future thinking, our planning and looking forward ahead, and making sure that we're doing the best that we can to have a bite at the apple and make sure that we're taking care of what our water storage needs are for the future. So kudos to staff for getting on that list. People were asking me, how did you do that? Because I've got a bang-up staff, so that's all there is to it. So it was very fascinating tour, so I would recommend that if any of you have an opportunity, we certainly have the PowerPoint, although some of the slides might be a little bit out of context. I had it printed up for me, and fortunately I forgot it at home, but it has a ton of information in it and what it actually means. So I'm sure Tammy could forward that all to everyone for a look through, and then if you have something specific, we're happy to circle back with you on that. But it was definitely a very, very insightful tour. I was very glad that I was in attendance at that. So that's kind of my long-winded aqua deal.
Okay, thank you. Director's comments. Start with Director Torres.
The only thing I really have that was exciting, and I'm very happy that I was able to be a part of, was the ribbon cutting for the Prado Dam mural. I know I've been talking about it, but it was it was a wonderful event. Over 300 people joined us to celebrate, and I think the most amazing part is seeing the original painters and the pride they feel to not just have done it in 1976, but then have fought for it to come back and be restored. And so that was very, just very emotionally tugging to witness that. And so you're able to see the live stream that was recorded by the County of Riverside on the County of Riverside's website, Facebook page, excuse me, if you're interested. But it's up. There will be a 4th of July treat also. So if you happen to be driving on the 71 and 91 on 4th of July, you'll be able to witness that. But those are my comments. I do want to say Happy Pride Month to any of our staff or members of the public who feel included by the LGBTQ community. Happy Pride Month, and I hope you know that you are seen and you are loved.
Director Roten.
Oops. I just wanted to, first of all, I wanted to ask Brenda, when you do your comments, are you going to talk about the Colorado River Law Conference and your DC trip?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And just wanted to make a clarification, I guess. I actually surprised myself when I asked that question about Mello-Roos and CFDs, because I believe they are a necessary evil. I don't particularly like that mechanism of funding and financing, but I know that at this point in time, it is what's available. So after I asked that question, I thought, wow, I can't believe I actually brought that up as a possible alternative. But it is what's in existence, so I just want to clarify it is not my favorite method of funding.
We were shocked too.
Every time when I was on city council and I had to vote for those, I always did it with a disclaimer afterwards. But again, it's the method we have at our disposal, and that developers have at their disposal at this point in time, and maybe someday it will be changed / improved. So that was really it, other than, I think, Ryan is here. He's behind the podium. That's okay. I was appointed to attend the Chino Basin Water Master Advisory Committees, and I was out of town for that meeting. So I'm not sure if Ryan was able to attend that or not in May, or if we just didn't have anyone there. But I know, Mike, you give the board report, which
Yeah,
pretty
I-
much covers all of that.
I was there.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yes. We are not a voting member.
Right.
So I did not have to be physically present, and I participated by Zoom. It was a pretty uneventful meeting. The way Water Master is set up, the advisory committee adopts a budget, and then the board concurs with that budget or sends it back to advisory committee if they don't like it. So the action was for advisory committee to adopt the budget and send it forward to the board, and as I reported earlier, the board approved it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. That's it for me.
Director Denstedt.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so couple of additional things. Yes, let's talk about the DC trip. So I think it was a very productive trip. Those are always done in a huge, huge whirlwind. You always get there. The next morning, you are 3 hours off of your normal schedule, so you're having to wake up at the crack of dawn and then hit the hill, and you're doing nothing but walking and keeping all of the appointments and making sure that you're staying on point and keeping schedule with everything. So we had an opportunity to meet with Congressman Isa's staff. He ran out of by us, and he waved really high, but he was late to an appointment. We were really hoping to meet with the actual members, but he had a conflict and couldn't meet with us. I think we had a very productive meeting with his staff, and they were very appreciative of having a conversation with us, and we look forward to hosting them to tour some of our facilities and taping around here. We made that offer at all of those offices. Should anybody want, and they're ever out here at this neck of the woods, we're happy to meet with them and take them around and show them all the work that we do out here. We had an opportunity to meet with Representative Takano, so that was a very nice face-to-face meeting that we got with him. And obviously with Congressman Calvert, who is one of the biggest water buffaloes out there. I've probably talked to him. You know, it's more of him telling us, okay, tell me where you guys are at with this, this, this. I think he reverses the meeting on us all the time. Instead of us going in there with our discussion points, he's always hitting us with everything that he wants to know about and what status the things are at. So always nice to have conversations with him. And then we were able to meet with staff from Senator Padilla's office and Senator Feinstein's office. John Watts, obviously a very, very knowledgeable individual, knew everything that was going on with Western, has a relationship with our lobbyists, with Ferguson Group. So it's always wonderful to talk with people that recognize us when we come in the door, that sat with us. And I can say that there was another water agency that tried to jump in on our appointment, and I think they got 15 minutes and we got 45, so just saying, okay? So it's always nice to have certain types of recognizing points when we walk in there, and that's what Ferguson Group is. They make sure that we are known and our projects are known and that people know us as we're coming, so wonderful to do. And then on day 2, we ended up meeting with Bureau of Rec and with the EPA. And I have to tell you, the recognition that we get from these two organizations and all the work that staff have done to reach out with them and have conversations with them about things that we're doing, about money that we're trying to accomplish for projects in the district is just phenomenal. I have to tell you that I had a very proud it was a very proud board moment to have these organizations compliment our staff and how much work we have done above and beyond any other agency that they've come into contact with. Whether that was a compliment that they threw out there because we were all sitting around the table, I don't think so. They genuinely wanted us to follow through. I know EPA wanted a lot of the research and the work that we've done on PFAS and a lot of different things that staff have done, that we have gone above and beyond any other organization, and they wanted our data. They wanted our information and what we have done. And I can't tell you how awesome that was of a feeling to hear that this organization and all of the meetings. One of the representatives that was there said he's been doing this for a couple of years. I think he was going on, what, year 3 or something? He says he takes hundreds of meetings in a month, and he has never heard about a presentation and this much work being done by a single agency. So kudos to staff on what you do to make us known in DC of where the purse strings really are. And I can't tell you how much joy that really brought to me to have had those statements made to us while we were there. So thank you to Ferguson Group for getting all of the meetings set up and established. Thank you to Michael Hadley for coordinating all of that. Thank you to Craig and Sarah for being point people and making sure that our presentations move forward on all of that, and that we had information. We had thank yous for all of the money that they have earmarked in the past for us and we've accomplished and gotten in grants. And thank you for all of the money that we're going to look forward for this trip. I think, what was the ending dollar amount? Were we at 9 million that we were pretty confident we're bringing back from that trip?
I don't know.
What was the calculator on that?
We're at like 9 million for the year. What?
So we
What-
discussed
I mean, we-
12 million across the last 2 years, and then, of course, we're pursuing additional grant funding
Right.
through a variety of projects.
But we got the earmarks, and we've got stuff done.
Yeah.
So we're on the map. We're on the map, and that makes all the difference. And so I just want to say thank you for setting up the meeting. Thank you for the trip. It's always a quick turnaround, and it's a lot of go, but it's always been, and it has continued to be for us, very fruitful. So, and then the only other thing that I have is to mention, yes, I did do the Colorado River Law Conference. Metropolitan actually sent me to that as their representative, and so that was a couple of days of more information that I could possibly stuff into my head than possible. There was so much detail and so much regulation, laws, accords, agreements, amendments, that I could possibly I could probably go to that 5 or 6 more times and still learn additional stuff. There was so much information with that. Bill Hastingcamp, who is with Metropolitan, was one of the facilitators of that conference. He was one of the moderators. He was a panelist on a couple of these. And he is the absolute guru on everything Colorado River. And so I look forward to having a couple of additional discussions with him. I had wrote down some questions that I wanted to ask and talk about. And then it was shortly after the conference had concluded that the agreement came out from Colorado River for the 1 million acre feet over 3 years, 1 million acre feet each year for 3 years for the reduction off of the Colorado River, and that the agreement had been reached. So that came just after the conclusion of the conference. But that's good news, and hopefully I haven't heard anything else on that, if the Bureau has taken any position, or if
We haven't heard
Interior, okay, so it's kind of, everybody's at the point of, yes, we've all kind of agreed on this, and now I think they're waiting for all the blessings from everybody. So more to come on that as it unfolds, and who knows how long it'll take, because it's been a long time coming on negotiations with the 7 states. So, and the only other thing that I have, Mr. President, is I have my Metropolitan Delta Tour coming up. We start tomorrow, and it'll be a 3-day tour, a whirlwind of participants that'll be going up there. I'm sharing that trip with Director John Morris, who is on Met's board and one of the smaller member agencies, but also one of the longest sitting members of Metropolitan's board. And so I'm really looking forward to having his knowledge and his insight, because this is not his first trip. So this will be my first actual trip of taking our own people up to state projects. I went last year with just Met directors, just to kind of get an idea of what the sense of how the tours roll out for our participants and everything. But I'm really looking forward to taking some pictures of comparison from when I was there last year and the bathtub ring that was around Orville versus what it's going to look like this year when we go. So I will hopefully have I'm gonna try to get close to where I was standing and mark my spot so that we can do a side-by-side comparison between what the difference a year makes. So really looking forward to that and have more to come on that when we get back.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Director Risby.
Just wanted to share that I really enjoyed the Santa Ana River Enhanced Recharge groundbreaking. It was my honor to lead the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was a great ceremony. Our general manager had really spoke very well regarding the needs of projects like these and how collaboration makes things happen. So it was a wonderful ceremony, and I really enjoyed it. That's about it. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The only thing I have is just to reiterate how good our Waterworks Wonders open house was. Everybody did just a super job, and it was a lot of fun. Do we have any?
Can we highlight something that we all got and share? Because I think staff deserves a big kudos for that.
Sure.
We got a very nice complimentary letter from a developer who's finished a very large project in our district that was sent off to Development Services. And if they'd like to come up and share, because I think that's a really big deal. We don't get a lot of letters that come back to thank us for all the work that staff has done in order to make a project successful and that they've now got occupancy, so.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. Yes, we had our developer, Hillwood, that we've been working with over the last probably 2 years for basically developing one of our largest warehouses in the area. It's right adjacent to the March Air Reserve Base. It's going to be a logistics center for Target, and that's a really big deal for the area. We just crossed the finish line. It was not easy to do because that's a very difficult place to develop. It's just on the other side of the freeway. We only have one connection going in over there, and it's right at the edge of our capabilities. But we did get everything approved. We worked with their engineers, the fire department, everyone, and we got it all approved, and they got occupancy just a couple weeks ago. And they sent a letter, they sent an email to us basically saying, just want to take the time out to thank you and all of your team. And he pointed out a couple of staff, Sergio, Chad Atkins, the inspector that was out there. And of course, there's many folks that work within Development Services to make that happen. But it was really nice to receive a letter after all is said and done. There's not much he's going to get out of this. He's going to move on to the next project, but he stopped and he wrote that up saying thank you for all the team and their professionalism and dedication for getting it done.
Congratulations. And that letter email was sent to all the board members, I think yesterday we received it.
We read it.
So.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do we have any requests for future agenda items? Seeing none, we do have a closed session item coming up. So we will break to closed session and come back with a report if there is anything reportable and adjourn the meeting following that. Why don't we take maybe 10 minutes?
Brad,
before we start?
sorry, President, do you want to read them in? Do you want me to? Okay. Okay, Director Gardner, do you mind if I read you in a closed session? Okay, at this time, I recommend that the Board of Directors for the Western Municipal Water District go into closed session pursuant to Government Code 54957. Okay, thank you.
All right. We will reconvene ourselves in the room in 10 minutes.
Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, we have returned from closed session, and council will report what we have to report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We have no reportable action from today's closed session.
Okay, and with that, we will then adjourn our meeting. Our next meeting is June 21st at 9:30 a.m. here. Thank you all. Have a great day.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying.
yeah.
We miss, no?
No, not anymore.
Oh, okay.